Quick mic check. Can you hear me? I'm just going to do a little bit of talking here. Quick mic check. Can you hear me? There I am. I'm just going to do a little bit of talking here, hearing myself. Okay, can you guys hear me okay? All right. So what I'm going to do is kind of like what I've done before when I was working on environment stuff, talk a little bit, turn off my mic, sit and work for several hours. If any interesting conversations come up, I'll just turn the mic on. You guys can be part of that. I've got Dion sitting next to me because I need to talk to her a little bit about things to work on, at least for this morning. Spent last 2 days working on this biome. It's gotten fairly complex. There's a lot of interesting things going on. And what I'm trying to do is put it all together so that I can add it into a large swath of the current map just for testing purposes so people can run around in it, make sure there's no problems, and if there are no problems later today, then we'll use it for our DragonCon presentation, and I will be getting in a car this afternoon to start driving myself and all the hardware and other things down to DragonCon. And once I get down there at my mother-in-law's house, I have to put together my daughter's Raven Teen Titans costume. So that's going to be interesting. I get to play with resin and silicone. So that being said, I'll have the main like world editor viewer up on the big screen, and then I'll have the small screen will be the editor. You'll just see a bunch of little squares in there. All those little squares are basically all the settings that create everything in here. And anytime I'm auditing numbers or moving things around, you'll see a bunch of stuff appear. You'll see a bunch of kind of crazy colors going on in here. Right now, what I'm doing is kind of stubbing in the concept of some things we need to add to the tool, which allow me to color code what different segments of the terrain editor in the small window are doing visually in the screen and that you guys see big. So you'll quite often see me putting very bright neon colors in there. They're not at all supposed to stay in there. They're just letting me see what any one train of nodes is actually doing. That being said, what we're doing is we're building out kind of a new biome with a new look. I'm going to audit it a little bit just for purposes for DragonCon, just so I can get something that looks visually pleasing versus tackling all the problems and getting it exactly the way I want it. But it's a different look. It's more of an autumn look. So right now this is kind of, I've done a lot of the big pieces. I'm now going into the medium pieces, and hopefully time allowing by about 2 o'clock I've gotten through some of the little pieces. I've got a lot of that stuff set up, so you might see a bunch of things just suddenly happen where a bunch of stuff just suddenly comes on and you'll be like, oh, that was magic, and it wasn't. It was lots and lots of work over the last 2 days just to get some of those nodes set up. That being said, Dion and I are going to talk about what she's doing because that's part of my job. So I need a pen, which I don't want to take yours. This chewed on one is good. So let me pull up the comments just in case you guys say anything. Actually, it's not a swamp. You'll see when I get closer. Someone in chat said, Autumn Swamp. I'll show you actually real quick because it's kind of cool. So it's kind of like a rocky, more alien fantasy landscape. What we're trying to do is just do some different stuff. So that's just a tear in the terrain. So one of the things I got to do is make these not so big. When I was building it, I was way up here, and I was like, oh, those are cool, those are cool, and then I got stuck in it, and I was like, oh, that's too big. So I got to go in. Now that I've digressed, the whole center, this area that's right in the screen, even with some of the trees and the hills and things, this is all actually a sub-mod. This is referenced in the one that's in the little screen in the corner. So it's actually built separately. So you'll see me actually switch to I'll change the zone so all you see is this stuff, and then I'll go in and edit that, and then I'll come back to the parent zone and you'll see the changes come in. So for you, I'm going to ask Dion here about blend maps. Blend maps allow us to take the highs and lows of the terrain and mix them, so that if you have sand and you have dirt with rocks, the sand will actually go over the dirt first before it goes over the rocks. So what that allows us to do, instead of just doing a linear blend from 0 to 1 where the texture just fades, you'll actually see that it looks like it's kind of blending together. If I happen to spot any of that in here, I might point it out. So you went through all the blend maps.
You're done.
So this, including the new red leaf floor thing, you set that one up.
Yep, set that one up.
The forest in the current map, the deep dark forest.
Yeah, I set all that up.
The grassland, the neutral grassland, that's the center of the map.
Yeah.
The neutral pine forest.
All the forests, the realm, the Tyler forest. Yeah, they're all done.
All the realm stuff. Okay. Did you fix the missing texture on the TD tree? Did you see anything egregious in any of the pine stuff that was like, oh, that's totally missing and it looks bonkers, crazy, whack? I don't know why I said that.
Except remove the bush was sitting on top of another bush.
Yeah, for the purpose of right now, the only thing we need to do is just use it for Scott to get video of just the change in realms. So it's not really noticeable. I'm not too worried about it. We can go in after Dragon Con and look at it.
Those are all done.
The most apparent thing I noticed, I redid the tall tree that's in here, but the medium tree that we've got in there currently using its geometry layout for the leaves is really Spartan and it's low LOD, and I think it needs work. So this guy right here, I'm pointing to I'll zoom in so you guys see what I'm actually pointing at. So right now what we've done is I had Dion make a bunch of different trees of different color values, trying to stay similar to what trees do when autumn hits, where they'll be like, all one color and it'll fade to another color. It's not like it just suddenly turns red. Usually it kind of goes from a direction or something. So she did a bunch of work the other day just trying out different percentages of like yellow and orange and seeing what would mix well, because one of the things we have to do is maintain a really low poly count so that we can have the big battles and the big forest, and that gets really difficult when you've only got so many pieces you can change the color of, because you've got to mix them all together and not make it look like there's the yellow one and there's the orange one. So there was a lot of work on that, and you'll see when I actually come back in and start putting the trees back in where this green circle is, it's actually a big shape. So I actually have it set up so like these center pieces, you see these big blue dots, those are like the center of this noise pattern, and then what I do is concentric circles around this where it goes to red to orange to yellow, and then it goes into these red ferns on the outside. And right now that's just theory, we're going with that, and we'll probably mix it up later and try and make it look a little more organic, but you'll see that when I get it in. So all of those words basically come down to, I think we need to add a lot more stuff to the tree. If you look, I don't know where my tall is. So the minute you get far out, this actually might be the short. You see how he gets all stick figure-y?
Yeah.
And that's I think the medium. So what I want you to do is go in and look at the difference between the low to the high. He'll pop in a moment here. There.
Oh.
So I think in general, even this one needs a few more cards. I think the difference is now that we've made these trees much bigger, the low poly count is kind of fighting against us. It looks fine with the current dark forest, just the scale of those trees, but now that we've blown everything up, it's a little bit more apparent when you see like that one card. So open up the file that has my tall tree in it that I did.
Okay. The tree A.
Yeah, the difference in that tree is that I put a lot of those cross polys in there, and so if you think of it like this, I put them here to try and fill this out a little bit, and then I added one or two in here, and like up in the center of it I added a few of them in here. I only had to add, like in the total tree, maybe 10 of them. I mean, you don't need to add too many because they're fairly big, but what it does is it creates a little bit more volume instead of this canopy look. So what I want you to do is go look at that tree. Go to your medium first, since you've done all these versions of it.
Right.
Put a bunch of crosses in it, right?
Right.
Into those groups.
In the medium?
Yes. And then let me look at it, and if it kind of looks like it's filled out more, then what we'll need to do is probably just add a couple of extra low LOD cards into the low LOD groups to fill those out. Because what's happened is we've kind of, like if you top down, I don't know why I'm drawing so big. You've got, this card, and this card, right?
Yeah.
So I think what we need to do is probably add in more like 3/4 angled cards in here. Just anything to kind of fill this out. It might mean like a card here, here on the corners or something.
Okay.
Anything that's non-linear, really. But we're going to have to add in a couple more of these big cards and maybe something in underneath it here, just to fill out the low LOD a little bit more. We're probably only talking 10 faces for the low LOD for each group. And then the high, just add a couple of these extra cross cards. And if it works, then what we'll do with the cross cards is we'll probably change their vertex normals, the transfer. Yeah. We'll probably do them all together, just out of curiosity, because then when the light hits it, we won't get as much of a bowl. We'll get some other parts that are hitting the light differently.
Okay. But for the medium right now, there's no LODs.
Yeah, so you're going to set that up. You're going to put it together.
Lucky for you, I did that this morning.
The LODs?
Yeah.
So why'd you say there's no LODs?
But the one inside right now is important.
Yeah, so start with him, add some extra geometry to him.
So I'll just re-import the thing.
Yeah, but you'll add the extra geometry.
Yeah.
I mean, right now, since he has no LODs, he's pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
So I think what's going to happen is he's going to look more like this, scrawny guy with nothing on him. And I think we just need some extra cards in there to fill it out.
So you want me to do for the short as well?
Yeah, but let's get the medium fixed. Let's look at the medium, the pop between the two LODs, filling it out a little bit more in the low LOD, and adding those cross cards. Do that. Grab me. We'll look at it. Go, cool, good enough. And if that's good enough, then what I want you to do is actually just edit all the other color versions of the trees.
So we start with the yellow.
Yeah, and then go into all the other color versions. Because if we get those, I'm using those all over the place. The shorts I'm only using a few of because they're only in the yellow group. And then what we can do is if, it takes prohibitively long to even get the short in, you can still work on it while I'm gone.
Yeah.
And then while I'm gone, I'll make sure we have other things to work on. But that would be my first thing that needs to get done for this. And did you put in the darker dirt?
Mm-hmm.
And you put back the old dirt?
Mm-hmm.
The other thing I need you to do is import the white fantasy ferns.
Fantasy ferns? Okay.
Because we only have the yellows in there. Look at the naming convention I used for the reds. I changed them from what you were doing, and I was going to go in and audit the yellows, but haven't yet.
Naming conventions? Okay.
Yeah, so I took all the reds and I reduced their poly count a little bit. I do want to go into the ferns later and go from quads to tris on them, so that literally every frond is one triangle.
Okay.
And then if we need to, if we want to do a bend, we'll just do a little bend on one or two of the fronds just at the end. So it's 3 triangles instead of 2 for every single frond. We'll get it down to 20 tries or 20 polys for the entire thing or something.
Okay.
Or no, it'll probably get down to like super thin. So like these little part of the reason why I'll jump to Twitch. I don't know if anybody's asking any questions. Part of the reason why this poly count issue is really important is if you look on my screen right now, all this red stuff in there is all these ferns. And all the ferns are these kind of like dark red ferns. And they're getting a bit of green because the ground around them is green. But each one of these fronds, each branch is 2 triangles. So each one of these is like 40 triangles. And if I can make them be 20 triangles, then our frame rate goes up and we can keep pushing the boundaries here. Because the reality is they're mostly straight. You see like a bit of bends on some of the ones that poke up, and we'll just kind of keep some of that. But the reality is you're not really going to notice it when you're just doing this, walking through it.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what, but you will notice your frame rate, especially when you got 20 people on the screen or 500 people on the screen. So that's for later. I'll probably do that. So after you get through the trees, after I look at it, we'll go into the colored trees, and then I want to see if we can get the white fantasy ferns in.
Okay.
And what we may do is you may be able to audit the trees, and if we get to one, let's see if we can get the ferns in. Because then what I'll do is I'll stub in the yellow ferns in the center of each of the clusters, and then what I was going to do is put in the trinket trees with the white ferns around.
Okay. So I'll just import the white ferns
materials. Yeah, let's at 1 o'clock if we're not really through the that.
Gotcha.
Then we'll just put those ferns in.
Gotcha.
Did you happen to bring lunch?
Yeah.
Can I get you to work through lunch?
Yeah, I always work through.
Okay, well I'll sit and eat oatmeal or something.
Yeah.
Okay, let me look at Twitch real quick. Let's see if you guys got anything. Okay, yeah, you guys seem enthused about all the new lighting and everything, and we're taking advantage of that. We've been doing a push on materials for weapons and armor, and some animations to kind of show those off. We'll probably get those out to you guys when we get back, and we'll let you know. Thank you for hanging out, and it's going to get quiet as I just get concentrating and try and bang this thing out in the next few hours. And I'm not planning on leaving unless it kind of looks decent and works. My plan is to leave this afternoon and start driving, but we'll see where that lands. Will you guys be doing something to prevent the low LOD ground textures from looking like obviously repeating patterns? Yes and no. I say yes and no because of course we will try and do things to reduce the repetition. However, the fact is that there is going to be repetition. We just have to do things to get around it. So unfortunately the human brain is very good at finding patterns, and as artists we will do our best. But if you're going to sit there and stare at the screen, you will find the patterns eventually. First pass of that is going through the actual textures, reducing any patterning in them, anything that's high contrast, very obvious. Second pass is when we actually mix them into the terrain, and you'll see me playing with some of this stuff as we do noise patterns. And one of the reasons why it might be a little repetitive now versus say a couple months from now is that we had an issue where if we had too many materials, I'll let you go.
Okay.
If we had too many materials crossing each other, we were getting an artifacting, like these white bands. Anybody who's been in there has seen them. Andrew has fixed that. So he did a real quick pass on it and fixed it so that now we shouldn't have those bands, which will allow me to put more materials on top of each other, and it'll pick like a parent material to focus on, because there is a cap of how many materials can be displayed on per vertex. That being said, the next pass is all that noise. After that, one of the things we don't have, which we would eventually like to get done, is adding in color variation based on some settings in the terrain mod. What that'll do is darken or brighten or shift the hue of different areas of the terrain so that you see less patterning. So instead of it being like the same exact value of dirt, you'll see like dark dirt, light dirt, orange dirt, green dirt. That's actually a really strong thing that we will eventually need, which will do a really good job of it. The other thing, our grass system right now uses the terrain to draw it, so you'll see like little pops where the grass is popping in. We will be changing that to a system where it's based on distance, and it'll kind of fade in a lot more elegantly. And being able to do that kind of stuff will just allow us to populate the ground a little bit better. And then in the meantime, there's other theories and things I've learned over the last year that I think will also be implemented to reduce some of that stuff. All of it is basically, the goal is to deliver you guys a really cool experience with a crap ton of people on the screen with a decent frame rate. And honestly, that's just something I really enjoy trying to figure out, because it's a lot of extra work, but as we've kind of nailed down some of the ways to make things, and my internal idea of what our poly count should be as it's kind of changed, and I've figured out ways of doing things, things have been getting faster and better. So a couple of weeks ago, just like MJ said, we had the deep dark forest, and I hadn't touched that since a year ago in Dragon Con, and was able to go back in and go, well, crap, I've learned some new things, and I cut the tree poly counts down by half, cut the ferns down, and nobody would notice the difference. It was all really great. And that's going to continue. I still have more ideas, and apparently I went in and reduced the ferns last week, and apparently some people reported some really good frame rate increases in the forest, and I didn't think it would be that big of a deal, so I didn't say anything, and apparently it was decent. So with that in mind, the next pass on the ferns, which I have planned in my head, should actually be a significant improvement if some players saw as much of an increase with what I did a couple weeks ago. So when we get back, I will try and get us on that, and one of those play tests, I definitely look forward to hearing from you guys who run around in that forest, see if you guys get any improvements. And I'll try and remember to note it in our patch notes, just so you guys are aware to give feedback on it. I gotta shut up because I gotta get all this done. Mark said, just one word, outsourcing. Ben was something like procedural generation something, and Tyler went, I was doing this before, trust me. I don't know what that... I can...
I got this.
Okay. I was going to say, I've got lots of experience doing outsourcing and love doing it, so... I was the one able to get 60 frames. Wow! You had 60 frames in the forest. Awesome. Yeah, I was able to run on a 680, which, you know, is an older card at this point, and it was between 20 and 30 frames depending on where I was, so that's good. I think anybody in a mid-range to lower-end card is going to see a more significant improvement as these little things get updated. But the good thing is all these little lessons learned just populate forward. So that being said, if any of you guys get a chance to run around in this forest that I'm working on right now, you will probably not get the same frame rates as you may expect, just because right now it's not in a phase of polish. It's in a phase of just kind of putting it together and see how it works. So we'll need to run around and look at it. And remember, there's this huge space that we haven't even touched yet, which is just kind of the visual optimization, culling stuff out, not drawing everything. Right now, if you go up on the hill in the forest, I mean, you're drawing a low LOD of every tree for like a mile. I mean, there's a lot of room for improvement. So don't worry if anybody's worrying. Okay, I'm gonna stop talking and mute my mic and finish this puppy up as best I can in the time I have. Where's the mic? Okay. So one of the things I have going on here, a moment ago you saw it with all the neon colors. One of the things we're trying to do here is, right now it's going to look a little blown out on the screen. I'll pop into the actual game in a little bit, but you can start seeing some of the colors that we're trying to do. And in this case, I probably made my red trees a little too tall. They're creating a very defensive ring here. But what we're trying to do is get some real saturated yellows, oranges, reds. The cool thing here in Virginia, we have plenty to work off of. So part of the goal here is that when you're way off over here, that you get a lot of different colors. And like I said, when I jump into the game, you'll see these are much more saturated. Right now we're at noon blue sky. So part of the idea here is also for gameplay, it's not only just these color variations, but different things to actually create different types of gameplay. So for right now, you're getting this kind of visual of like an open area with some of these big rock abutments, things to run around on and have gameplay. But then the cool thing is that then you start getting this kind of deep, dark forest look. And this one's a little bit different than the other one in that our trees are much taller. I'm going to separate these out a little bit more so that we get more spots of light on the ground like this. I think it just looks gorgeous when you're in here. Plus with our default fogging, you get this nice blue, deep sense of scale. These hills are fairly big, and part of what I'm going for is a little bit of like this spooky with little patches of light. What I'd like to do later on is go in and set up like one tree that has a little more of a radius around it of a clearing and spawn all its little saplings and things around it so that you get these little points of light that you're seeing underneath this dark canopy. So one of the things I've done here is actually we created one of the things I wanted to do was to try and work with the fact that we're doing procedural and we have a small team. One of the things I hate about a lot of traditional MMOs is you just keep seeing the exact same thing over and over. Whether or not it was hand created or not, you just see the same assets. So what I've done every time that we actually make one of these things is I try and come up with like what would be a random kind of storytelling or unique asset that you would find. So in this case, what we did is we created a couple of trees that have, we call them trinket trees, because they have all these little ropes and jewels and things on them. And we actually have a sound file for them of just this gentle swaying in the wind, and later on when we get the tech to animate these, it'll be really cool. And the idea here is that if you look at the scope of this, it's huge. Let me jump out. So this is a very clear illustration of the size of this piece here. So you'll see that now that we've gone down to low imposter cards, that we've got these little sections here where it's all yellow, it turns to orange, and then it turns to red. Obviously I need to mix these a little bit more. It's fairly harsh. But the idea is like if you were running around in this, you would not see what's in the center very often. So if you come down in here, the idea is you'd be running through this forest and it'd be dark, you'd have a lot of fun gameplay, people could hide behind trees, we could do some eerie sounds, all different kinds of fun stuff. And then once you get through all this stuff and you're walking around, you'd come to these little clearings, and the clearings have a different fern. I'm actually going to stub in what I talked about earlier, some whiter, more interesting ferns, and I think I might put just a slight glow on them, just so that when you see these little clearings, it's just, it breaks that repetition that you're going to find in any game, because we can only make so many unique assets. So you'll see these trinket trees in here. It'll be a nice little change of pace, and then you'll move on. You'll go through over here and go find someone to kill. The other thing is right now this is just a fairly soft slope. Just getting to this point was a lot of number crunching just last night, trying to get these nice slopes. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to go in and go into the medium size where we have little rock abutments and little interesting things. Maybe I've got a little lit lantern that has moths flying around the lamp. Little things like that I think are just fun little touches that you're going to find when you're running through these forests. And then we'll come back out here and you'll get to the more open area. And one of the things I have to do is just kind of break down these big rock pieces. If you look at them, they're you see these just big flat gray areas. These just need more noise and interesting things going on in them to break them up. And like I said, I need to break the scale of these guys down because they're just too big. But it'll provide a nice open area where, you know, when you're playing this game, you've got to really think about how you're going to maneuver around it. Just, it's something that I just want to do when we do our environments, is really make them purposeful. Same thing, if you're playing a Lucre Pan, I mean, you can, if you run around in the dark forest, you can hide in this stuff. So one of the things I haven't added into this yet is little groups of bushes. I'm going to add some, I'm probably going to later add in like a section of kind of greenery, some green stuff in there to go with the trees and make little breaks in there. Just going along with the idea of finding new things every once in a while. But in the meantime, I'm going to put in a bunch of probably like red-leafed bushes, and I'll just cluster them in little groups, and they'll spawn in there. And those are fun things that you can easily hide in. So I'm going to shut up, and I think Mark is covering questions. Oh, Cozy's got a good question. I'm going to go back to working on this, and I'll pop back in a little bit and jump into the game. What I'm going to do is I'm going to get all the trees set up. I'm going to try and get the scale correct where I want them. And I'm probably going to go in and put some of the sapling cards in. And then once I get that, I'll probably jump in, run around, and I'll pull the mic back on in-game, and I'll show you guys kind of some of the differences. So give me a few minutes, and I'll get back to you. So I'll explain a fun thing here. In this small window, I can explain, I'll just walk through it because you don't necessarily need to see what's in each one of these units. But what I'm looking at right now is all this, these ferns here. And the ferns underneath them have a setting of what they're supposed to do just for the terrain creation. And what it's actually doing is it's saying, I want you to make a little bit of lumpiness in the ground at a very large scale. So it's going to do these big lifts on the area where these ferns are. And the purpose of that is just to try and keep it slightly raised from the section in the middle. So the section is this red grass with the blue clover. So what I've done is literally this strip where you see the ferns, is I've just said, just lift it up a little bit. After that, I go into a selection that says based on the angle of the terrain. So it's called a slope select. We're going from 0 to 15 degrees with a blend up to 25 degrees. And in that, it then goes to another slope select that says within more of a higher angle to then blend together yellow leaves texture and orange leaves texture. And then the settings within that are basically saying I really want a nice soft blend, so they're blending a lot over each other. The idea being that to reduce repetition, we do a really soft blend, so you're not seeing like an orange spot every once in a while. It should be just kind of a subtle orangish yellow changing. But then because even noise is a pattern that you start to recognize, there's another noise selection on top of that with a smaller setting of little spots of orange. So we've got orange and yellow mixed with little spots of orange on top. If I want to get fancier, we come down into, once the slope gets slightly higher, what we're doing is we're saying change it to, what did I do here? What did Tyler do? Okay, so then what I'm doing is I'm saying once we start sloping up more, to actually use a combination of kind of a craggy rock that I've called it, and a rock that has lichen with some orange markings and stuff on it. So you'll actually see that right here. And what that does is it mixes those two and then does it again where it adds little spots of lichen on it. The cool thing about that is if I do anything on top of it, let me see if I can just turn on the terrain. Okay, so here's these, this is the subdivisions of the terrain. Get smaller. So if I grab one of these points, let's grab a different point that's not doing anything. Let me grab you. It's taking a minute to catch up. So the cool thing is, once I grab this point, if I do it by hand or if I do it by a mod where I'm doing something interesting with it, if I pull this, as that angle changes, you'll see that the texture changes. Now the interesting thing is that what I'm doing is fairly large, and there's no other warps that are happening at a smaller level in the terrain. So that's when I get into kind of more the finer detail of things, because while something like this might look interesting where you've got a little bit of rock, the only problem is that it's actually not bumpy. I mean, it's actually fairly flat. So when I get to a finer phase of things, which will be maybe later today and next week, I'll go in and put little bits more noise in there. So what'll happen is you'll get little sections of leaves on the tops and then stone. But the cool thing is, like I said, it's all procedural and it saves me a lot of time, so I'm not going in there having to paint it. So anyway, we do that, and then we go in and have another warp in there with a noise selection within a limited scope to do a bunch of little lumps. And I'll show you guys. Let me turn off the terrain because that's a little bit difficult for it to render. So I'm going to come in here, I'll refresh this, I'll populate it again. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to figure out what I'm doing with this warp. One of the things is sometimes you forget what you are doing. And the easy way for me to figure that out is to pull this blue texture in. Let's see if he highlights anywhere. He may not. Okay. So, within this section of blue, which is interestingly all over. Oh, this is my main warp. So in there is a sub-warp, which is doing a bunch of mini warps, and which is basically why you get big hills and little hills. This little divot is actually happening from what's going on over here as they blend together. And I'll pop over to that in a little bit once I add in some of the other little pieces in here. I'm also going to, right now, most of the trees are mediums because this was all experimental, just trying to try different blends so that the trees would look decent, like little bits of orange turning to yellow. And since we can only put one texture on one card, we had to kind of come up with a little bit of yellow and a little bit of orange mixed in with the yellow tree, and then obviously it gets oranger and then redder as you progress into the different types of trees. So we actually have these named out like yellow, orange, and orange yellow, whichever is the predominant color. And then the goal is to actually make several different kinds of trees so you're not seeing the same thing every time. And in that case, there's a little bit of dead trees and twigs here. And we'll probably go in and do a dead tree pass on this as well. We'll do alternate textures for the trees. We'll do different colors procedurally for the trees, so we'll probably do little hue shifts on them. But for right now, since I don't want to, I want to keep everybody focused on the rehabilitation efforts. I'm not asking for any extra art stuff. I'll go in and probably just give some different textures and some tweaks. If you go in and look at the deep dark forest, you'll see that I added another texture. It's just a subtle shift, but the idea is that you're not seeing the same bark every single time. We'll do the same thing with the trees here. We'll make probably unique trees, and what I can do in the mod is set their occurrence to very low. And what that'll do is it'll mean as you're going through the forest, you'll see just every once in a while something very different. All right, I'm gonna heard my name next to me. Okay, so I'm going to think out loud here. What I want to do is separate out a couple of spots in the trees, just so I get more of these little pops of light. I need to set the ground texture under the red trees to use a combination of the red and orange leaves, so that as you're walking through this, you see a change in color on the ground. So I've got that written down. After that, I'm going to add the saplings. So what I can't do in the time I have is kind of make it so that the saplings really show up where there's breaks in the trees. That's going to take a little bit more finagling on my end to figure out how to set that up. But what I can do is set up all the saplings. And the saplings are in two pieces. So there's this really tiny little guys, and what I did is I literally have one triangle with a little frond of leaves on it. And those guys are going to act more like your grass. And then there's some other ones that have little core branches, and you'll see them like right here. And these guys are super low poly. One of the things I've noticed in games is they'll put branches on everything, and I don't know why. So I got to add those guys into the main forest. And then what I'm going to do, hitting the big things first, is I'm going to go into the submod. And I'm going to make things smaller. Which means that I'm going to go in and I'm going to make these big hillocks smaller. And I'm also going to make the, one of our new engineers made a great little mod that does this stuff. This is probably the worst case to show it off. But one last thing we have to fix for right now is just some of the extra stretching that occurs here. But what this does, it's a plateau mod that gives me kind of little flat, hard-edged, not really hard-edged, but more angled edges. So I'm going to bring those down. And I think I'm going to leave this fairly alone and just kind of let it be open. He probably needs small size rocks and maybe a little bit more noise in here so that we have just some little breaks. Like these pieces are fairly big. I think we just need, like, you can see how fairly, like this is purposely put in this slope here, so I think it just needs a little bit more noise. After that, I think I'm going to leave that alone. Oh, I need noise in the hills. So that'll be basically identifying where this is occurring. Right now, this warp is basically set to kind of fade from a big piece to a small piece. And I could actually make it a point if I wanted to. What I need to do is just add within that space more warping. So you'll see me probably find it by color coding it. And then that'll give me a little bit more noise, which you can see. This one. Like you see more of this kind of stuff, right? Where you get these little breaks. And what I need to do is probably work on the rock textures fairly flat. The other thing I have to do is audit these guys spawning floating. Right now, in talking with Andrew, we've got a little bit of a plan in place on how to better not have this happen. It's basically like a flattening mod and better knowledge of self so that the tree knows that he needs 4 meters of relatively flat terrain before placing, because right now what it'll do is it'll find like a flat triangle and stick it there. So that'll get better as we go. And then if I can, I'm going to see if I can make this guy pop less as you walk up to it. Where did I put that? Less pop. Don't know how to do that yet. I have a theory. And then after that, I gotta pop back into these guys and give them noise. 2 levels of noise for some rocks and stuff. And I need to spawn some uniques. So one of the things I did, and I'm going to get up and check with Dion, is whether or not she imported the uniques. And in this case, they're little clusters of rocks with ferns coming out of them, and there's one that's like a cluster of rocks with ferns coming, and a lamp. And I'd like to place the lamps, but I may have to do that by hand right now because I don't think the lights will work. But even if you came across it in the woods, it would still look like, hey, there's a little lantern in here. Right.
Take a breath, count to 10. Stakes are high, bets are in. Poker face, burning thin. Ashes to ashes, hell, here I go falling again. Ooh, baby, we'll never win. We'll never win. Ooh, no, I can't fucking win. No, I'll never win. You strung me along, pulling me thin, cutting me loose and then dragging me in and out. Chasing you around, baby, step up, baby, back down, but right now I'm giving in. Take a breath, count to 10. Stakes are high, bets are in. Poker face, burning thin. Ashes to ashes, hell, here I go falling again. Ooh, baby, we'll never win. We'll never win. Ooh, no, I can't fucking win. No, I'll never win. You strung me along, pulling me thin, cutting me loose and then dragging me in and out. Chasing you around, baby, step up, baby, back down, but right now I'm giving in. I guess I'm all.
So I'll walk through this as I create it. What you're seeing right now with this see-through stuff, you'll notice that it looks like there's kind of something there. That's because the normal, the rough, and the spec mask all actually exist. The diffuse I don't think exists because if you noticed a moment ago, I went in and set the material, and it's a brand new texture, so it just hasn't populated in here. I think I have to switch maps for it to show up. But what I want to do is, what I was doing was futzing with, you see this fade here. With the blend maps, you'll see the leaves kind of interlock more instead of a fade. And what I was doing was just setting that fade up so that it went from like the more red leaves to the yellow leaves. But what I need, and that's because there's yet more red above us. So with that being said, what I'm going to do is set up a noise. And I'm going to copy some of the values from my other settings. We do not have copy paste in here yet. So if you ever see me writing down numbers, it's because I can't copy paste yet. And what I'm going to do is set up two noise functions on top of each other. And so when I think of these things, I'm trying to do cheap as well as makes sense. I think most games, they're like, okay, here's my set of textures and here's exactly how to use them. I'm trying to make interdependencies amongst them. So the floor over here is yellow leaves as a base with bits of orange. So as we move, and then a secondary pass of orange. So what I'm going to do with the next set is it's going to be yellow and orange mixed with bits of orange, I think, on top. And so it should look like a fade. Did I get lost? There it is. So we will make some room. Oh, there's my orange trees. Thought something wasn't right. So where do my orange trees go? Let's see. There, much more orange trees. Which is why it got denser all of a sudden. So let's just, I don't want my orange trees so dense. I'm trying to go for less dense out here to more dense, so you can see the difference if I just turn the camera. More trees, less trees. Mark's snickering. So I'm going to set up this noise function. I need a second noise function, and I'll make some space. And what we'll do, we'll add a multi, which is basically just a hand holder. And we're going to go over here and do something sexy. And we're going to do over here and do something sexy. We'll break out the red texture, mix the red texture here, mix these. I'll see if I can illustrate this fairly clearly. Set up our values. Cool thing Bold did is create a thing we call RoboDuck, which you guys have heard us talk about briefly, which is really good for just auditing user error. And some things that may not be user error, but just might be problems down the road. And got a whole litany of things I want to add to our editor so that it'll be like, okay, you've inputted the wrong value, it's going to cause a problem, and it will literally spit out an email and let me know. I currently have one ignored RoboDuck error sitting in my email. So this will set up a blend, and let's see if this is apparent to you guys when it works. Okay, so obviously you can see where the missing texture is, and I think I just need to restart everything. And what you'll see here, you can see these little spots here. These little spots are where, using the blend map, the rocks are actually poking up above the other one. So right now they're doing these fairly minimal blends. It looks like a weird X-ray, where we're going from the core of the noise to the edge of it. And this edge used to be a linear line of just a fade. And I asked George if he had any time, and he created this nice little blend for us. This is like the first pass of it. There's more we want to do with it that'll be a little bit cooler, that will allow us to get more visual variation, but for right now this is cool. So what this is illustrating right now is where two materials are working. So where you don't see the material, just assume that's my red leaves. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to stub in the orange ones. For those red rocks, terrain orange. So this in a moment will turn into leaves. So there you've got leaves, and the leaves are actually just a fairly soft carpet, so they're not going to be as acute as the rocks. So you'll see, actually this is kind of perfect, this X-ray, where it's dark is where the blend map is the strongest, where it's also working with the center of the noise function, and it gives you a little idea of how these two things are going to blend. So you'll see little pops of it versus, like I said, a linear fade. And this will look better when I come back to it. So now we just need to set up the yellow, so we'll pop some yellow in there. I had a discussion with Dion yesterday about naming conventions because she had anecdotally named something that was orange OJ. And I said, so how would I know this? How would I know that that's what, you've named it a different type of way of naming orange? It's one of those little things that becomes a big thing later when someone's pulling out their hair looking for a texture. Terrain, sand, grass, forest, leaves, yellow. We have dead leaves, which would be cool. Okay, so now this should do, hopefully, little pops of yellow. Where's my size? 2 and 7. Okay, so set his size. So this should pop in little yellow. Oh, there we go. Oh, that's not working. I am not happy with that. Let's get rid of our trees. Okay, so what's happened is I think it needs to be a lot more of a blend, but you can see the orange and the yellow blend well together, and the red's not really working. And I think it's because it's kind of hard to tell in this lighting, so we'll just make an audit to that and mix them better. The other thing I can play with here is my blends. Let's see, 7.5. Blend you out more. Okay, so what I've done is I've probably blended that too far. We'll too much of the yellow. Okay, so we're getting closer. So now you can see these little spots of yellow all over the place, and what I think I'm not going to be able to manage is blending this red. I think the red just needs to be worked on the texture. Hey, Dion, can I ask you to do something real quick?
Yeah, let's get the red texture.
Oh, you're watching it? Yeah. Can you just try and blend the red more towards the orange?
Mm-hmm. I pop more orange in there.
And what I'll do is I'll just blend them more,
Mm-hmm.
and then we'll see where you end up.
Yeah.
But keep working on the trees. We'll come back around to this. All right, so let's blend the red and the orange. We want probably more orange. Do much more blending. All right, so that's not good enough. Yeah, I think we're not going to get past this without changing the color up. You go up to 0.45. You need to. Let's see what happens if we just move you to 1. And let's disconnect the yellow so we can focus. And less red. So this should give me a lot less red, and I might get holes. Okay, so we got less red. Let's change our size so we get little spots. And let's bring you to minus 0.5. And what happens if I go minus 0.8? No.
Where Terra identified that as a controller. And so
Okay, we're getting more of a fade. Sometimes the numbers are a little tricky to kind of figure out what you're going to get. If I make this 1, I'm going to get a lot of red, but it's... Okay, they're not changing. That means I need to have you intersect more, which means you need to go to minus 0.4. 2. Alright, certainly more fadey. And I think we just need to, they're not going to blend is the problem. Yeah, so the problem is they're just too different. I mean, unless I literally overlap them completely, I'm not really going to get the look I'm going for. So we will wait until we get a rehash of the texture. So that adds a little bit of yellow in it, but you can see it's not really going to work. Yeah, so what we can do is, let's try an experiment. Let's just color the whole thing red again. So I'm gonna just, I think, apply the whole thing again. Yep. So I just redded it more. And I think I can basically use this to help blend everything. Yep. So what I'm doing here is kind of like if you think in Photoshop layers. I'm just, is this doing anything? Did Tyler find a bug? Alright, it should go very red in a moment. Yeah, I don't think that's even working. So what I was trying to do was basically just do like an overlay layer at a very low weight, and I don't think that's giving me the effect I want. And that would have helped me blend everything. Yeah, so we'll wait and we'll adjust the texture later. So we'll save it like this for now, so it'll be very clear when I go back in and find it. You'll also notice there's a bit of noise in here just in the texture. That's something that when I get to more fine-tuning stuff, we'll give it a little bit more hills and lumps. So let's get out of this spot and let's... Okay, there's no saplings in this area, which means that I need to hook this little segment of the terrain up to the one that's way across the page here. Let's see, where is it? So I need to hook them up to these two size triggers over here. Let's see if can we reach. So these little guys are in charge of spawning all the little saplings at a certain size. So if I drag this guy over here, I like the way I referred to this as a map. I should get a bunch of saplings in here. Yep, there they are. And then we'll add another one and he'll link up to the small saplings, which are actually not hooked up, but for the sake of argument, I will hook them up. And you get a whole bunch of little guys. So this basically gives us like ground clutter. It's way too much right now. He needs more, the reason why I had it unhooked is because he needs more control over him so that I get little clusters and not this just cacophony of them. Let's see. So let's break these up. And we do not want their max scale to be so big. And for anybody who's new or watching, this is very much a work in progress. I don't know who this person is standing next to me. What's up?
The ground texture, I updated it.
So it's a little bit more orange?
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know that I'm going to get it right away. I may have to upload and unload.
It's fine. But, okay.
Okay, thanks. Less. There we go. I'm not trying to make the baby trees just be everywhere. Small saplings. But the cool thing is when you get into these little sections where the light hits them, I think it looks really fucking cool. Okay, now I want to just add a couple of rocks. Actually, I don't need to add them here. What I'm doing here is each one of these rows that I'm working in all have knowledge of each other, but they don't have knowledge of the one above or below. What that allows me to do is put a collision radius on different things to space them out, but then when I make another row, their collision radiuses will not interact with the collision radiuses of anything else, so that way you get little clusters and stuff. So if I had a rock here real quickly, it's just going to be lots of them. just gonna go with a little rock. Rock brown clutter single _D brown generic. And if I just by default, I should just get a lot of them. So you can see there's a whole bunch all of a sudden. So we will drop his probability down, up his collision, so you get a couple of rocks on the ground. We'll drop his probability down even more. And up his collision, because this is not the rock map. Little things like this may not start out looking too natural, and they evolve over time as I keep working on this stuff. Let's see, go here. I don't need you. Oh, I forgot I had this. So I've got little branches and little random leaves, branch cards. Let's take you guys out. One of the things I do is I add in a size trigger. The size trigger is based on the size of the triangle of the terrain, which changes sizes the farther it is away. The closer it is, the smaller the triangle. So I don't want these guys spawning way out in Timbuktu and dropping everybody's frame rate. So I'm going to set them at 5 for now, and what'll happen, I should get a bunch of little... So there's like a random twig. You can see the twig just spawned in the tree there. We'll set the twig to align to terrain. Drop their probability down. Give them a big collision radius so you don't see them all the time. So if I'm wandering through here, I should not see branches everywhere. There's one branch. And there's these little leaf clusters. And those guys are just little breaks in the ground. So all of this stuff, of course, has a cost. So we can't just spawn them everywhere. But it's a start. Okay. Okay, saplings. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Is there one more sapling? No. Okay, we'll add in the cheapest one more time. So the idea with the saplings is some kind of ground clutter. If I change this collision radius, I'll get a crop done. All of a sudden, there they are. So not really what I want, but you get the point. Okay, so these guys should go good with some added rocks. And yes, I'm doing this a little quick. Rocks. What are they called? Looking for a specific rock. It's a rock with leaves on it. So now I shouldn't see him very often. I haven't seen him at all. Where'd you go? Nope, 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 nope. Where's the rock? There he is. So one of the things I'll probably want to do is maybe drop him into the ground a little bit more.
What?
Alright, I'm sitting and eat oatmeal,
Lunch!
but I'm gonna sit at my desk and keep working, so I'm just gonna mute the mic.
Burn me down to build me up, a palace made of jade to fall in love. Where I was meant to die, oh, you made it alright. So this time, I made a space for you. Men who can't fall don't touch the earth. Fear for the ones who can't hurt. Jade for a girl who treats me right, 'cause she never hurt me for the things that I feel.
I feel it down my spine. I breathe it with my soul. I need you to know.
Okay, I'm gonna turn my mic on here because I'm thinking in my head. I might as well think out loud. So, what I did with this node here was create a big group of saplings, and where those saplings are, it does a little bit of a warp on the ground and adds a little bit of a dirt texture to the ground. And what I want to do is recreate that again, but in this case I'm going to do little bush groups. But because I need the bush groups to have knowledge of the to have knowledge of the sapling groups so that they don't intersect, I need to separate them out. But I need them to use the same noise function. And we will put them at opposite ends of the spectrum so they're not close. And I should get a slightly bigger size of them. So by just doing this, I should see some red spots somewhere. Which I don't. There it is. Spot right there. Right there. What I want to do, just make that spot bigger. I think a bit bigger. Okay, I got too many of them now. Should probably pick green. Does anybody see green? I do. There's green. Okay. So the issue is, the way I've got this set up, I can't change the size. Crap. Alright, let's do this. Make the sapling groups slightly bigger. And these are the sapling groups. Do I have any floaters? Nope. And then there should be a couple of green groups. There's one. There's another. So they're going to spawn in these tree areas where I'm working. They should not spawn there. They should spawn here. Okay. So create a spawner. And I have a tree that I think I called, or a bush that I think I called Scraggly. And we have a whole lot of different choices, and I think it's just my specific one. So, should see a bunch of bushes. Tiny bushes. The only thing is, it feel too scraggly to me. Alright, we'll just go with that. That'll give us some little sections of bushes. And let's see. See what happens if I add this green one in. Well, you guys are not staying where. No. Alright, I think I don't want this many bushes. Less bushes. And by that I don't mean the number of bushes in the group, I mean just less little clusters of bushes. And I'm like, should stay relatively close together. And let's reduce quantity in here. There we go, just a few bushes. Okay, we'll see how that looks in the game. Let's throw a rock on there, just to add a little more life to it. Leaves.
It's the
Yellow medium. We'll add these rocks. And the rocks should overlap the bushes. And we'll do a 5 and an 8. 1.3. 3. That's too many rocks. Do not want that rock. I think that's this one. No, I picked the wrong one. Rock. Leaves. We'll add you and you, give you a big collision radius. There's a rock. Too big of a collision radius. Okay, I gotta set these guys up differently because they're just doing their own thing. So I need to add them into my bush groups so that they have a far less common occurrence. Because each one of these rows, as I said earlier, is all weighted against itself. So we need to give these a much lower chance to spawn by putting them with something else. Jesus, I just want 1 or 2. There's 1 or 2. Just looks a little strange. Couple of rocks. Let's go find another group of bushes. Oh, my LODs. All my bushes need to be pushed out. Basically, the LOD is what says, when are you going to show up? So, let's push you out. That's the TDD bush, that's the wrong bush. Okay, you are set to be 150. Why are you disappearing on me? Oh, got it. Before we spawn, these guys, they need to know when to spawn, which means they need a size trigger. Which says when they should show up. So let's see. So this has changed the quantity of them. That's not what we wanted to do. How did I break that? I know what I did. Let's see. I think we gotta stop messing with this and move on. Let's see, another green spot. I'm gonna go with this for now because I gotta move on. All right, gonna take the green off of it. And let's see what happens if I overlay the red on it. Nothing. Didn't expect it to, but thought I'd try. Okay. Okay, this is very quickly populated. Let's think. Okay, so I'm gonna jump into the game, run around, look for anything egregious, and then I'm gonna go into the area off in the distance here, these little guys, and mess with that. While I'm doing that, Dion is entering in the new updates to the medium trees, which I've just got everywhere for right now, and should have a different texture. Let's see if we can close this, if it refreshes. There will be day-night cycles. I can jump in. You'll see me play with the time of day. We are stressed about doing, making this work. But we're not, going back years on graphics cards. You'll have to have something, semi-recent, at least within the last couple of years. Also, what I'm doing is just very much off the cuff. I haven't even run in it and looked at it, what it runs at, so I may end up pulling stuff out. So I'm going to jump in. I need to give it a minute. The build has been taking a little bit longer than usual. What did I say I was going to do? Okay, so now I'm going to go in and edit the sub-mod within that mod, and that's this guy right here. And he's controlling kind of an unfinished section. So my goal here is maybe I can get all this done in the next hour. Tyler test map. Okay, so it looks like, let's see, texture probably still doesn't match. I'll have to go in and mess with that. So we need to change this to a different mod. And now you get a world of this. So I'm going to go in here. And I'm going to go through my list of things. Right now I'm fairly happy with like the little, I mean if you look down here, there's like little clover cards that spawn just so that your legs intersect with them every once in a while, just add a little realism. There's little grass groups, the clover glows a little bit in the night, I'll show you that. So what I need to do, I think the problem is that these are just way too big. So I need to bring those down, and I'm not 100% certain how I'm going to do it. Oh, I think I just figured it out. And then I'm going to try and reduce the size and quantity of these lumps, which is different from this lump. And what I'd like to do is just kind of tighten them up and add some noise, but it can be an absolute pain in the ass sometimes to go through this and figure out how you put it all together and reverse engineer it in a very short amount of time I have before I've got to get on the road this evening. And like I said earlier, I really, really, really want to work on my daughter's costume. Let's see. I've got to cast some resin to make jewelry for Raven's belt, and I bought these light up tea lights that have an LED little remote control, and I put the tea lights in it and build a belt. And as being an artist, it got expensive and time consuming. And I realized that the resin needs to set like overnight, and I was like, oh crap, I'm going to be there down in Atlanta on Thursday, so it's difficult. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to turn off my mic, I'm going to take a break, I'm going to stand up and stretch because I'm getting fatigued. I'm going to, you'll see me figure this out. So I'll probably take some stuff out, change some colors, and then I'll suddenly go like this when I find it. Because I did this very quickly yesterday, so I'm not 100% certain on all the little pieces yet. One of the things I want to do is add more noise like this with a rim of like dirt before it turns into the rock. That'll take a little bit of work. So I'm going to jump in to Hatchery here, put in this command. That'll give me a bunch of things and give me what I want to look at. And I'm going to go look at this zone, and I'll show you guys what it looks like more in game. I'll pop it over to this screen so it's not tiny. So this is an old model of one of our races. Everything I think is a little too big right now. I mean, I can just kind of figure that out by getting in here. Like, I probably want to knock these ferns down. Ferns. It's the other mod. Sometime today. It's a fairly complex mod. Ferns, grass, trees. Here they are, I think. Yep. Yeah, I've got them huge. Let's reverse this. So one of the cool things about our engine is this will actually propagate forward. We've done a lot of work over the summer, so I don't know that you'll see it update, but if it does, you would see these guys get smaller. Can't remember if it's working right now. But all these, I just went in and shrunk all of these ferns down. So these are the yellow ferns, and what I would actually prefer is that I'm using the white ferns in here, and I put a little bit of glow on them. That's clearly not set up. The other thing, if I'm holding down shift, my character will run really fast when I'm not connected to the server. So we're getting somewhere. You can see that these are starting to blend, and you'll actually see where the blend maps are kind of helping out. But I basically need to do more blending on my side because you can see the noise that's happening. If I wanted to get fancier, I could just layer the exact same thing on top of itself, but I'd rather not have to do that. The way we generate textures is on the terrain is all in one pass, just to keep the speed up. Oh, bad artist. Look at what Tyler did. He forgot to fix those UVs. See the stretchy textures? Stretchy textures. Okay. So right now we're in the center of that area that I was working on, where in the beginning I had the blue dot. And you start seeing these trinket trees where there's this stuff hanging off of them. One of the things we did was we kind of scaled everything up. So I think we'll probably want to go in and mess with the little trinkets and scale them down. In this case, it looks like we are drawing two LODs on top of each other. And let's go to daytime 0. Okay, so here we are in the dark. Someone was asking about day-night cycles. So right now, one really important thing to know is that our physically based rendering system takes a picture, I think every 6 frames, I think 6, of the world around you. And then it uses that color and luminance value of those colors to generate lighting, color, and intensity around you. So what you're going to see is I will walk into the light here, and the screen will just kind of it'll step brighter and darker, and it's doing it for the whole thing. This is something that we're going to need to work on at a later point, so that your forest is darker than currently where you're standing, or vice versa. If you're in the forest, you should be in the shadow, and out on the plain should be brighter. So if I walk forward here, you'll see it brighten up, and then I'll run into the forest and it'll get much darker. I am still streaming. I got to work on this until I get in the car, basically. This and get the thing set up.
Not like an hour. It's kind of dark. We can't see anything.
These guys have come to hassle me. So the one thing we need is a little bit of time of day changes per biome. So we don't have that yet. So I've set it to a warm lighting.
That tree is pretty square though.
Could be square.
This is the long-standing joke here. So anyway, let's see. I don't know where my render count's going to be on this.
Tyler, how do you even know what they're saying to you? You're just like
I'm just talking.
Yourself, apparently.
Other people are in there fielding questions.
Answering questions?
Why is my render thing not coming up?
Because there's some UI layer that's hidden under the thing of the JP.
No, it's just, what is it?
There's nothing there.
There's
It's
nothing to
gone?
render. The UI render tab is gone.
No, it's not sending the data.
I've got the mic on, just so you're aware. Okay, so as you can see, like I was saying, I think these things are a little bit big. That's actually, I think I figured out how to fix it. And
to know. Drop down, I will never go, never go, never go. Floating like gravity's grow. Reach down to a deep, deep hole, deep hole, deep, deep hole. Are you gonna be my love? Are you gonna be mine? I feel it falling from the skies above. Are you gonna be mine? My wave, my shark, my demon in the dark. The blue tide pulling me under. Are you my soul, my heart? Pull everything apart. Are you gonna be my love? Are you gonna be my love? Be mine. Be mine.
wanted to hold you close and say goodbye, and say goodbye. Thinking about you in the morning, imagine things so wrong. Thinking about you in the evening, I guess it's just too strong. Thinking about you in the morning, imagine things so wrong. Thinking about you in the evening, I guess it's just too strong. Still losing control, left all my problems at home. I'm going no more, you're my fancy home. I'm no longer alone, this is real time all alone. But I'm scared I can't go, show me love and I'm gone. Watch your body starts to fill. I see it in your smile. You slowly come undone. You're floating towards the sky, evaporating. Oh God, your eyes are shining like the sun above the hills of the Take me
wants to go back home. We've gone through so much trouble just to move along. Take my hand, we can go through this together. We can look to find a shelter. Get your weapons ready for tonight is all about. You're gonna shut them all unless you leave. We gotta die.